1 second. I should There we go. But it'll work. Yeah, make sure to turn rest. Take whatever time you can remember there. Barely hear you. Yeah. That's healthcare. Right off the bat. Big stretch. Okay. I can barely hear you. Is that still the case? Is that any better? Doing a little bit of audio balancing, trying to make sure everything is just right. Need to turn down the video game a little bit, I will. It's a little better. Adjust that a little. You should be able to hear me. According to the line levels, you can hear me. Captions can hear me. It is better. Okay, good. Excellent. Welcome in, Nexu and Lord Dirk Fluffs. I have to say it like that because that name just, it has to be said that way. Okay, so, Factorio Sunday. We are back on Novice. I've been trying to move forward a whole bunch of projects because I finished most of the Aquilo research, but inevitably you take 2 steps forward and you notice, oh hey, shit back on Novice is broke as hell. I need to go back and fix shit. So there's been a whole lot of that. You take 2 steps forward, 1 step back, it feels like. That's running. Let's take a look at what's going on Novice. The bugs are still pretty pushed back. That artillery, though, works wonders. Generally, the bugs only start poking the defenses when the artillery gets a new range upgrade and starts pounding more bug sites. As an aside, I went to see if Blurp had Steph Sterling doing the whole pounding it bit so I could make that a redeem, but no, Blurp didn't have it. So, poo on Blurp. Oil patch here. If I have to a couple of them. If I have to go out and get more oil, this is probably where I would go next. Another uranium patch. Spice Rock. For reference, our starting location and our downed spaceship is there. And now let's zoom out. Just for a sense of scale. Actually, a lot of resources out here. But yeah, the artillery creates this sort of zone where if the bugs try to expand forward towards me, they get beaten back. And so, but they only send waves out now when I'm specifically taking out their structures. So I sort of feel like the bugs have been sort of beaten back into a passive mode. You can tell where the auto-targeting radius of the artillery ends, because that's sort of where the line of the bugs starts. Like, you can just sort of see the line. Creating a radius around the facility. It's very much like Jean-Luc Picard in Star Trek IX. This far, no further. The line must be drawn. Actually, that was 8. Anyway. Thank fan. Getting my OVH roll. Over here to the other side of the water, and it's like, oh, there they are. You can once again see the external radius. Imagine a big circle that's like about that far. That's as far as the artillery will auto-target. There's an oil patch here. Huh. Just for kicks and giggles, I dropped some of these new, fluffy new Tesla turrets that we got on Fulgora, just to see what would happen. They're very good at stunning the bugs, and they have a sort of a chain lightning effect. Beyond that, not that useful. So I haven't, like, deployed huge lines of them. With the artillery, I don't really see a need to, honestly. The artillery kind of makes everything else a moot point. We still have our nuclear power, and periodically I go in and upgrade bits of it as I continue to upscale the quality on things, but we now have a new power source, which has made that even sort of moot. I mean, I'm not going to rip it up. It's still perfectly cromulent, but I built this. It's a fusion power plant. Actually generating a significant amount of fusion now. Almost as much as we are fission. We currently have a total power, we could go up to about 9.5, 10 gigawatts, but we're only pulling about 4 right now, so we're good. We're good for a while. I've been working on upping the quality on some things. And, Damon Unti last week on Factorio Sunday is like, hey, you should get mining productivity up. Because having it at like 10 is no bueno. So, we're currently researching mining productivity 112. Yeah, that's basically what I've been working on this week. Because some of my production chain needs work. Like, these green science tubers, I have been having nothing but trouble with them for some reason. That's what I was over here on Novice for. It's like, what is wrong with all of my green science tubers? Nah, it should be 1,100% productivity. Well, let's see. Mining productivity. Well, currently 1,110%. That's where we're at right now. And, climbing by a fixed amount, if what Demon Auntie says is... If I understood correctly. Climbing by a fixed amount every time we do another level of these. Currently averaging about 3,500 to as much as 5,000 science per minute. And right now the limiting factor is these green science tubers right here. These guys that I'm looking at. They've been kind of a pain in my side. My sort of overall goal is to get back to Aquilo, because I really want to ramp up production on fusion power, both structurally and personally. Sort of my general goal today. Oops, didn't mean to do that. I don't know why I'm bothering with red ones right now. They're just fine. They're chugging away just fine. Pinch point seems to be here. Iron plates. Iron plates. What's up with the iron plates belt? Cable tracing, cable tracing. Aha! Y'all! Why y'all so slow? Then the novice theme kicks in. Why is there a splitter there? Filtering gears. Were there gears in this belt? See any. So yeah, I titled today's stream "More Tech, More Problems" because it sort of feels like the theme right now. It's like, the more you... What was the line from Star Trek 3? The more you overtake the plumbing, the easier it is to stop off the drain. That engineer's maxim is just so relevant right now. Considering how often cars with full electronic systems shit themselves, it's very true. Yeah, exactly. Fun fact, my car is a little, like, 1990s with almost no electric anything. It has manual steering. It has manual windows. Doesn't have a whole lot of the cool, like, electronic things, but, like, it breaks down less. The more they overtake the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain. Now, thank you. Potts brought me some more of the green quality productivity modules. Let's try that. See if that makes any difference here. I don't need them to go faster, I just need them to make more. Yeah, no, my mom used to have a Chrysler Spirit that ran like a tank. It was so reliable. Yeah, that sounds about right. For me, reliability means so much more than anything. So here's the gears belt. This is the gears belt. I don't know why there was a filter here, but whatever. Hook it out. It's fine. Gears production seems to be cranking right along, no biggie. The only reason why there's a speed module is to overtake the slowdown in the productivity modules. For me, the productivity means more than the speed, because it's like, if I need, I can just build more of them. What did I do with this plumbing anyway? Really? This is stupid. This is completely stupid. But I guess don't argue with what works, right? Cable tracing, cable tracing, cable tracing. Alright, is this helping at all? I mean, the green belts look more full than they did a few minutes ago, so I think it's helping. Y'all don't look too happy, though. Is it the circuits? Oh, it's the red chips. These guys. I don't know, they seem to be churning along nicely. This is another thing, and starting to bring in a bunch of the electromagnetic plants from Fulgora, and starting to replace the old assemblers that were making a lot of these chips. And here's another example, like the cryo plants replacing the chem plants. in this case, for making the plastic. The cryo plants have 8 chip slots. It's mad. In a good way. I could put more of those down if I... It seems like the one thing that isn't on the supply belt. But honestly, the thing that they're having trouble intaking is not the plastic. Give them some increased quality inserters. Let's see if that helps. I've slowly been working on doing quality across all of the old factories on Novice, but doing that without breaking stuff is kind of a trial. So I've been trying to figure that out. I'm making some progress, though. I completely redid the labs like 5 or 6 times. Completely tore them up and redid them several times when introducing the cryo science packs from Aquilo. I'm not super happy with this arrangement because it means less beacons, but I had to do a bunch of things. Like, I needed more spoilage checking. I needed to add the cryo packs in, which I ran out of the horizontal one, so it's like I need to start using the vertical again, like the old ones. How many labs do I have here? 143 plus 139 plus 21. It's kind of a motley assortment right now. Because it's a mix of qualities. $139 plus 21. So about 150 or so biolabs, ranging from epic quality to blue quality. One of the things that's sort of been on my to-do list is to increase the manufacturing of biolabs to see if I can get more higher quality ones. But it's just another when I get around to it thing. The Damon Anti platform has been having issues. It gets to Aquilo to do a pickup and then runs out of rockets. Has no explosives. Has no sulfur. Why does it have no sulfur? Ingredient item shortage. Because the asteroids on that belt are stopped. How are these stopped? See, the side of the belt that has the asteroids on it is completely not moving. The ammunition side of the belt is moving, but doesn't seem to have much on it. Why are you not moving? No fluid. You need more iron. Your output is clogged because it can't be onto the belt. Okay. So again, why is this belt stopped? See, this is sort of what I mean, you know. More tech, more problems. I feel like I need an overflow valve here. Hidden Nebicus. Thank you for picking up your daily pedal. Make out a little bit of wall here. Huh. Mining productivity 112. No, I don't have any inserters currently. Okay. So, what's going on with Aquilo? I don't like that I'm still using the bots so much, but they do seem like the best solution, honestly. Last week we just started Aquilo. We just gotten started. As you can see, it's grown a bit. The landing platform is the only thing that has stayed in the exact same place. Everything else has gotten picked up and shuffled around a bit. I did start something of a main bell bus. Not much there right now, but, you know, I started moving at least some of it. Unfortunately, part of the limitation I've run into is when you're trying to shuffle in the heat pipes to keep everything from freezing, you don't have a whole lot of room to work with. And at that point, the bots just become better. The value prospect of bots just starts going up at that point because you don't need to heat them. They just take more power than usual. And honestly, the power problem is kind of solved. The old nuclear fission plant got completely outmoded by this fusion. So we're just running on fusion power. Nothing but fusion power. I'm kind of thinking of building more of it. But, like, I'm only using about 10% of the current power potential right now. This has a potential of about 1 gigawatt. And I'm using maybe 10% of it. So I'm just like, it's fine. This is like my early design, and it's kind of... I sort of feel like I put way too much cooling on the fluoroketones. Way too much cooling. Like, maybe about 6 times what I needed. But, you know, I sort of changed my design and I iterated as we go on. And this was before I dropped the big fusion facilities over on Navas, where I just started going kind of crazy. And I'm just like, this works, right? And I just had one cooler cooling down the fluoroketones. Just one. And it's like, that seems to be enough. It's doing just fine. We're producing 10 gigawatts. It's fine. I've actually kind of given thought to, hey, I could pick up all this solar. not using any of it, and it's so completely outmoded at this point. But I've got so many bigger problems right now. Yeah, we've got about 5 kilowatts of solar, and between the fission and the fusion, we're producing 10 gigawatts. It's like barely a drop in the bucket. And there's so many new techs that we got from Aquilo I haven't even started playing with yet. Oh, rocket fuel? No, no, no. I'm just gonna keep going with that. Yeah. Okay. What? Oh! I'm upside down. Okay. Yeah. Give me the beans! You got the beans. You only love me for my feet, Spinner. Well, I'm upside down now. You're still low on the green. Wait, what? Okay, hang on. I need to go back and look at the labs. Something's wrong. See, this keeps happening. Hold the beans. Okay? You're holding my feet now, dear. Not fun. There are only yellow science tubers there. Why? I feel like I need to do a belt drain. Something's wrong. Gimme. Yeah, look at that. It's just 2 yellows. It's supposed to be different things. Empty. Filters. Utility science pets. Yeah. Cutest tiger girl you know? How many tiger girls do you know? From hang on. I want it from that side of the belt. There we go. Not sure how that clog happened, but it happened. Again, there's so much of just this incidental crap. Thank goodness for my reinsertion points, I guess. Maybe myself, if you consider my slime abilities. Okay. Fair. So, you know, 2 tiger girls. In a set that includes yourself. Kinda, sorta. Oh, now it's the gear. What? I think this is one of those cases where it's like I had my math set for a certain number, and now it just isn't keeping up. I think it's just a growing pains thing. Let's look at it. You see how the first 5 are running, but the second 5 aren't? Because they're not getting these materials. And these things should be up constantly, and they're not. Cable tracing, cable tracing, cable tracing, cable tracing. Well, Gears, we meet again. Half of you are not running. I broke you. Well, that's part of the problem. While I'm at it, as I said a whole lot back during the Satisfactory playthrough, a little extra capacity never hurt anybody. Words that I suppose now I have to live up to. There we go. Little extra capacity. Okay. Not okay. Not okay. Not okay. I'm ahead of it. Still waiting for the gears to actually come down the pipe. Or the belt, in this case. Yeah, you only take quality and speed and... Ah. Well, that's not going to do us any good. You clearly don't need speed modules. Clearly. Considering you're sitting there idle a lot of the time. Okay, now it's starting to populate the belt. Getting some movement. Oh yeah, that's better. More tech, more problems. That's today's theme. Bork! It's a Riley Dino Dog. Hello, Rhino Dino Dog. What? What? What the fuck did I just say? Riley Dino Dog. How are you? Bork! Bork! Bork, bork, bork! How you doing? We are doing Factorios. Didn't quite need that, but I guess the thought counts. Producing about 8 gears a second per unit. Okay. We need more hand-holding. Doing well, chilling here. And Selena over here is not chilling. Selena is not chill at all. Selena is just hand-holding right now. Alright, well, you can hold my hand. That's fine. I have no issues with this. You're gonna hold my hand while we work on this. Trying to figure out why the gears are holding everything up. Gears are definitely the screws of this game. It was screws in Satisfactory, it's gears in this game. I swear. But, like, Satisfactory has the advantage of, like, alternate recipes. Factorio doesn't have that. One of the things I think Satisfactory does better than Factorio. If you have a part that is just being an absolute bitch, you can explore alternative recipes. But with Factorio, you can't do that. Satisfactory wins in that regard. Okay. We're now producing enough that the line is starting to fully saturate. Now, will this part? No. Well, when in doubt. I do this without hurting that tree? That's the question. I am a druid, Tigress. I do like to not hurt the trees if I can help it. Are you kidding me? I ran out of assemblers? Oh. Normal assemblers. I apparently have some higher quality ones. Let's be smart about this. Use the other half of the belt. When in doubt, increase production. Because again, I think a lot of this is my numbers were for an older, less science per minute version of the factory, and now I'm just kind of going back and upgrading it as I go along. Okay, now everybody's moving. Everybody's grooving. Wire looks like it's having an issue. Hello? Hello? Mr. Obama? Really need that much speed on these. They're already pretty fast. They're doing cycles really quickly. The speed feels almost... I mean, it's literally just there to counteract the slowing effect of the productivity module. That's it. Oh, wait. Why I did that. Because these ones just seem to sit there all the time. They don't really seem to do much. So it's just like, fine. Take less energy for sitting there not doing much. And it's like, see, those guys are all productivity modules, but like, there's a lot of them. I don't need a whole lot of speed when you've got a lot of them. These are some of the furthest north artillery devices on the system. Kills 256. kills, 1,252. Yep, we're up over 5,000 science per minute now. That's a good sign. There's this concept in factory games and like actual factories in real life called bottlenecks. Anything that slows down the production, the units made per minute, and we're sort of at that point right now where it's just finding the bottlenecks and smushing them. Hi, Mitha. Hi, generic mind toter. How the heck are you? Thank you for picking up your daily copy. We are playing some Factorio today. Factorio Sunday. I don't know if I'm going to keep it on Sunday because these... full disclosure, there's going to be a couple of weeks in June where I'm definitely not going to be available on Sundays, and I'm definitely not going to be streaming at all the Ooh! Hey, DC Zoomy! How the hell are you? I'm definitely not going to be streaming much the last week of June because, of course, I'm going to be at Pride. I'm going to be at a art. I'm going to be at a demonstration. I'm going to be getting out, getting active. Good. Left the couch because I was rocking there too much. That's fair and understandable. We're actually at a point where I'm ready to increase the plastic production. And there we go. Copy and... No, the whole thing. Come on. Copy the whole thing. There we go. Basically just doubled the plastic production. They're going from 2 to 4. Also, I should do next week's schedule. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going to work on after streams. I need to get my next week's schedule put up. There is going to be more DRG on next week's schedule, but it's going to be the weeknight crew. I'm still enjoying that game. Maybe a little more than Rogue Corps. Rogue Corps is fun, but only with a group. I can't really play it solo. It also, like, hasn't stopped old DRG from being fun either. It's still fun. I don't know what to do, so I'll Dark Souls and some Helldivers. Well, for June, If you've got LGBT friends that have those games, invite them to come along with you. I unfortunately do not have Helldivers. This is moving and grooving. This whole thing's moving and grooving pretty nicely, honestly. Why is there stone on there? Hold the fuck up. Why is... What? What? Why? What? What? Why is there stone on this belt? Heavy stone on this belt. That's why. That's why. No idea why I did that. That makes no goddamn sense. I must have been drunk or tired or sleepy or something. I need gameplay, otherwise I fall asleep. You know what, that's fair. I think that's because a lot of, like, LGBT games I tried to tell a story. I clicked the wrong one. Okay. What one did you mean to click? I'm doing good. I'm playing a Minecraft mod pack. Encrypted. It's like a modern version of antimatter chemistry. If you hold down basic resources, the component elements, and recombine them, it makes certain items super easy to get, and others super difficult. I'm not a big fan of Minecraft right now. I'm still pretty pissed at Microsoft for enabling a genocide. So, yeah. Minecraft's on my shit list right now. I meant to click distraction. Yeah, ew, Minecraft, yeah. One of the things that's always been a thing on my channel is, like, I'm big on my morals and my ethics. Companies that... And keep in mind, generic mime toter, this is not me attacking you, this is me attacking Microsoft. You're fine. Yeah, Microsoft is in the shithouse right now, as far as I'm concerned. And that goes for pretty much any of the games that are owned and published by Microsoft. Yeah, look at that. Alright. We have green science tubers getting made and being brought in. Very good. Productivity holding around 5,000 or so. Good. Now, what's going on with Aquilo? We're still not making rockets. Why are we still not making rockets? No sulfur. Because this belt is still stopped. Right. Output priority left. This cost me some of my storage room, but I'm not really using a whole lot right now. I need an inserter, please. Thank you. And let's apply a filter. Apparently this belt is just overly full. Not sure what else to do, but put in an overflow bypass. But unfortunately that only helps this side, it doesn't help the whole belt. What's the point of that filter? You set a filter and it's everything. What's the point of that? As if Tame and Auntie comes on, I'll have to ask her. It's like, what were you going for here? Unfortunately, it's still not moving, and that's really the problem. This one isn't taking anything off the belt because it's in the middle of a bunch of metallic asteroids, and it's looking for oxides. This one is jammed because it's full. It's trying to put a metallic one back on the belt, and you can't because it's full. This one's trying to take oxide, and it's just metallic and carbonic near the inserter. And so the whole thing is jammed up. More tech, more problems. Alright. This did solve the issue. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to do that. Alright, let's put in a bleed-up valve. Try and throw some of the excess overboard to see if we can get the line moving again. See, now the line is moving. Well, the good news is it's moving now. But this guy still has no room to put things on the belt. We're still not making ammunition. Are we? Oh, there it goes. So unfortunately, just sitting in orbit of Aquilo, it's gonna get clobbered if it doesn't manufacture its ammunition. And what's going on here? We're still waiting on inbound shipments. What? What? Okay. That doesn't belong there either. That doesn't belong there. Go home, bots! You're drunk! That's not going to move until we get deliveries. That's not going to move. Oh, God. So, everything on Aquila is dependent on deliveries from other planets. Yeah, look at that. What are you doing? Really? Speaking of Novice. Alright, well, I'm there right now. Let me go take a look. Since I can't seem to get off of Novice because everything keeps breaking. Are you not making? You are not making. Why are you not making? Low density structures. LDSs. Why do you not have LDSs? I have an entire foundry making those. As well as a lot of assemblers, apparently. I need to get out. I need to just put that on my to-do list. Novice. Foundry just... Another foundry that's just making LDSs and replace all the assemblers back in the main factory with that. Why yo stopped? Why y'all stopped? Why y'all stopped? You're supposed to leave that block before you occupy it. I really should just take this entire... This is like one of the first train tracks I ever built in this factory on Novice. And it's growing cumbersome and difficult. It was originally intended to bring in oil products from other parts of the factory, you know, like this plastic here. And it's probably one of the oldest tracks in the station that is still there. And it's just clogging everything up. Okay? You ever notice when you actually come and start looking at the trains, going, what the hell's your problem? They just start moving? This is a lot of that upcycling I was talking about earlier. This is just upcycling. Lots of it. Look at that. Legendary electric poles. I don't know if I'm ever going to need those, but I have them. A few. I discovered that once I researched legendary quality, they started popping up in places I didn't have equipped for them, and started clogging them. Oops. Mining productivity, 114. Done. All of this used to be a big iron facility. It's gone now. This is like one of the oldest remaining... In fact, I think it's the only one that is still using electric furnaces. Most of the rest have been upgraded to foundries. It's just like the one holdout, because I've been removing them as they run dry. This one just has not run dry. It's just, nope, there's still copper here. I should come back in and switch this over to foundries. It'd be a lot more efficient. but to file that under, get around to it. Meanwhile, this iron patch is running dry rapidly. Trying to get more out of the iron I have. This is one of the first major foundries I built on Novice. And it's still churning right along. Doing just fine from the looks of things. All waiting to get into that track there. Okay. No. No. There are still some things that are using coal. But I got the train switched over to all using rocket fuel at this point. Mostly things like making plastic. Again, there's no alternate recipes in this game, so making plastic is just... it takes coal. So that's largely what the coal is getting used for right now, is plastic. And there are multiple mills doing nothing but that. I've upgraded all of the chip making to EM plants, but I haven't upgraded the LDSs to foundries. I need to do that. Why have y'all stopped? You don't have steel. Why do you not have steel? This is supposed to be steel. Cable tracing, cable tracing. Formez-vous up. Because it was in between train loads, apparently? Right, okay. I could maybe make better use of this. But they're coming from the same source. That doesn't make sense. I should probably belt this. Whatever is going on with all these bots. It should probably be a belt. One of the upcyclers, heat exchangers, is using a ridiculous amount of copper plates. Probably be about. Novice. Heat exchanger. Upcycler. Needs dedicated copper plate line / train. These are little projects that I would probably take the time during the week to work on. This is where we originally crashed. Left it here to mark the location. Here, have a bag. For no reason at all. Can we leave? No, apparently not. All right. I should have a factory making these. I do. Okay, first of all, this is not your stop. Where are you in this? Because the bypass was clogged. And you're now holding up the train that actually has the thing in it. I wish I could put filters on train tracks. This insistence they have on, well, I can't use the main bypass, so I'm just going to use a station track instead, annoys the crap out of me. Because then it blocks up the station track. Why are y'all stopped? Fucking Russian roulette over here. You're going over there. There is nothing stopping you. There is literally nothing stopping you. When in doubt, add more signals. Okay. What's stopping you? The locomotive is not fully fueled. It was just unhappy that I switched its fuel type? Seriously? God damn it, Factorio, you can be so thick sometimes. They were unhappy that I switched their fuel type. Oh my god, Factorio, why? The entire railroad had come to a screeching halt because I changed their fuel type. So I'm going to take your fuel away. Make you take the new fuel. Bitches. This is a relic of when I was using coal to power all the trains, and of course I've switched it all. Look at that. There it is. It's finally unloading. The train that is actually supposed to be on that track, that station track, finally getting a chance to unload. Good gracious. Factorio can be very thick sometimes. This is a problem I generally don't experience with Satisfactory. Satisfactory generally isn't quite so just thick. All locomotives. Why it's the locomotive not fueled? It's crying because I changed its fuel type. Oh my god. I check you. Yep, same problem. Take a new fuel type. Come on. Get out of here, bitch. Already done you. Same. Are you all just sitting here going through the track repeatedly? No, you're different trains. We're actually different trains. Are we done? Have we cleared out the interchange now? That station stop away because it's not actually doing anything now. Reduce confusion and congestion. Same with this one. It's like you could use this one as a bypass track if you wanted to not stop on a station track. But again, Factorio can be kind of thick sometimes. I'm going to hold up the entire railroad because you changed my fuel type. I feel like that train I could replace with flying robots at this point, considering how little it's actually moving stuff. You could be an email. Let's see if I can get back to Aquilo without anything breaking. Right. I was going to check on that. Did I just have an ADHD moment? Okay. Which is like, it's ad break time, and it's like, oh, really? It's ad break time? How long have I been up? 2 hours. Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay. Fair enough, Twitch. I've been up for 2 hours. Let's do an ad break. And I will refill my coffee. Be right back. refilled my drink. You can hear it. Okay. So the main problem is LDS production. Producing 10 gigawatts, only using about 4. I need to replace this with foundries. Add that to the list. Novice. Green chips mill. Switch iron plates from furnaces to foundries. Not doing anybody any good over there. Not that I'm sure solar's doing very much right now. Solar's kind of outmoded at this point. Now that we have essentially infinite power through the use of the fusion. Infinite star. Speaking of, things that have been kind of outmoded, uranium fission is just kind of... I mean, it's still here. It's still doing its thing. I haven't picked it up because it's not hurting anything. I've been kind of waiting for it to... Now, this uranium patch is eventually going to run out, but it's still got 2.4 million left on it. And our mining productivity is now 1,140%. So it's like, it'll run out. Eventually. Alright. This is our main foundry. Looks like I haven't tended to it in a while. Given everything that's been going on, that's not super surprising. Come on, copy. Oh. Mining productivity 115. think I've really tended to these since, It's weird that a factory needs tending to, but yes. Usually I need to, like, update its chips. Oop. And I'm upside down again. Hello, Tara. Tara is patting my feet. Pet the beans. Welcome in, Tara. How are you? I hope you're good. I guess when any organism gets complex enough, certain behaviors become indistinguishable from organic ones. Whether we are based on carbon or silicon makes no fundamental difference in the major scale of things. Factories eventually need tending to. Even digital ones. Did I need to increase the capacity there? No. Could I? Why not? Anyway, that's not why I came here. Right. I should have a spare station track here. Why not? Coal, iron, copper, imports. I actually have a spare station track there. But I have one that's unused up here. So yeah, maybe use that one. This is why I leave myself spare station tracks. Expansion! Alright, let's pick a nice spot in between the iron and the copper. Do I have access to... So, oil is sort of a limiting factor. But last week, Damon Auntie said something that has made my brain go whir. And that's that there's always coal liquefaction. I want to explore that possibility. Here on Novice, is it possible to do coal liquefaction? Because, look around. There's tons of coal patches around here I'm not using. And... Oop. Thank you. Thank you for the head pat. I appreciate it. Massage the brain, make it work better. Besides, this could be useful for some other things. But yeah, there's just tons of coal patches in the area. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Most of which I haven't even touched. And oil production, as we discovered last session or two ago, is very much an issue. So... the one thing we would need to do is generate steam. Well, we got water. And we have a fuel source. Lots of coal. Think through this. We'll bring in some coal. Heat this up. But instead of using a turbine to make power, let's bring in some heat exchangers. Ah, this is the perfect song for this. Make steam. Then using an oil refinery, we do coal liquefaction, coal, heavy, steam. I was kind of under the false assumption that this one only worked on Vulcanus, but no, it works just fine. So, my personal Vulcanus, I should have one for coal liquefaction. I do. Okay. Then we have heavy, which we can then break down the heavy to light, and the light to petrogas, and turn that with the coal into plastic, and we have a new tool for doing that more efficiently. These bad boys. Think through this. I'm going to add, 1 second. I just covered everything. Okay. If you have any input, chat, I am listening. You can give me input at this point. This is not one of those things where I don't want feedback. I definitely will take feedback. What's the quality levels on those? Green quality. Haven't really started up qualitying on the foundries yet. That's kind of that's another one that I can file under. I'll get there eventually. Don't need a huge amount of water, fortunately. Let's tweak that up just a little bit. I become a big fan of, like, sort of mixing and matching these. Because speed means I have to sit there and put in fewer machines. And productivity, you know, it produces more. 8 slots. That's still crazy to me. Can I mix and match these? Yeah, you see, that's not too bad. Those are very manageable numbers. I don't know why that is stuck there. This website is a little janky sometimes. Yeah, 20 is very handleable. Very doable. Very cromulent. 174, though. Yikes-a-roonies. Hang on. Aren't I upcycling those? Pretty sure I was upcycling those. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, what we could probably do then... crank those up a bit. And then... modulate that with a little bit of speed. $40. Not bad. 82 miners. I don't think... Oh, mining productivity 0. Yeah, no. 1,140%. Oh, yeah, 9 miners. Yeah, that's a very different number. Not that that really makes a huge hill of beans a difference. Okay. So we have a production line here. There's Damon on to your last session that suggested we try this, so... Once again, the big circle of heavy oil. The circle of oil. And that right there is the thing we're actually after. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. Ein Minuten bitte. That's coming from the coal liquefaction. But it's... we can also light crack. Light crack. Ba-dum-tish. This doesn't feel correct. There it is. That's why it wasn't showing up. Okay. Light oil cracking to petroleum gas. Heavy oil cracking to light oil. Yeah, that brings the numbers way down. Because now we're actually making the most use of it. So we can probably crank that back up a tiny bit. Get more out of what we've got. Unfortunately, I don't know of a more efficient way to do that, except maybe give it a speed module? Yeah, okay, this feels very doable. This feels very doable. I'm gonna set this aside. There we go. So there, give you check kind of some idea what I'm thinking of doing. Because again, we've got so much gold. All right, so from what we just did, let's start with making some steam. Because that's the first ingredient we're going to need to do this. Hey, robots. I asked you for some stuff. What happened to that? Are you going to make me go back to town to get it? Because I will. Okay, first part. We drop a furnace, we make some heat. Some heat exchangers. No, we don't use the heat exchangers. That's a force of habit. Well, yes, we want to make some steam. They make the steam, so we do need those, yes. Sorry, I'm trying to think through this. How many does it suggest? 2. Little extra production never hurt anybody. There we go. Totally overkill, but there's no kill like overkill. I'm gonna have to go back to town and get some... Wait. No. I have a foundry here, making that part. Just grab some from the foundry, right here. It's mad that I've overextended it a bit. Yeah, okay, fine, fine, fine. I should have some pumps. Yep. I have pumps. Is that overkill? Yes. Do I care? No. You're gonna make me go back to town and pick these up, aren't you? Yes, you are. Why are you stopped? What a sham hell. Stopped. Mining productivity 116. Stop. This is just traffic. This is just traffic. There's a whole lot of trains that are picking up from the foundry. Because that's where we're making most of our basic parts now. And notice how at least 2 cars are empty when they come in to get filled. This is their primary source for a lot of this at this point. Traffic. Actually, no. Let's use chain signals there because I want them to not sit there and occupy the blocks. I want them to just move through and get out of the way. No. Crunch. It is very fat. Crunch, crunch. I deserve that. We know how to queue. One of those rare circumstances in which I think faster inserters would actually just help. Yeah, that'll do. I'll get off here. I'll grab some of those. Some of those. Already grabbing heat exchangers. That's probably good. Grab a few of those. Run off our upcyclers. Lone piece of belt there that just never got picked up. Alright, we're back to the foundry. I just turned you around. Did I turn you the wrong direction? There. Okay, instead of attaching turbines, though, Volcanus blueprints, coal, liquefaction. The recipe only called for like 7 of these, but whatever. It's fine. Crap. Steam is on this side, so... Actually, can I put those closer? Again, I've never done this particular thing before, so... Specifically, coal liquefaction on novice. This is new idea, new thought, new brain. Big brain. So if I've done this right, I plug these guys in, and this gets up to temperature, we should get some 500-degree steam. Now we just need to add coal. The novice thing kicks in. rebalance that. This one is the heavy. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. The great loop of heavy oil. Come on, rotate. There we go. And then back in our planning, I said 2 of these and 1 of these. Not that that's really necessary, but whatever. Now we just sort of wait for it to get up to temperature. While that's happening, let's put in a pump, shall we, chat? Some heavy oil up there. Now, one problem is that it's not going to start the reaction. As we learned on Vulcanus, we need to be a little tricksy about it. Just need 1. One of these is sufficient. It's coal. Should have calcite right here. Boom. I just need to get it up here. Ah, no. Lol, no. Follow our water belt, or water pipe here. Or I could run out of belt materials. Great. I'm in the bot network, but again, bots are kind of dumb. This is Factorio streams. They're very kind of chill. They're not action-packed, not like DRG streams. These are very chill. No materials. Like. Some of these, please. Some of those. Good on the rest. Don't mind if I do. I'm not sure where there are big sine waves. I should probably investigate that. Right, we don't have access to sulfuric acid as readily here. So really, the hard part about this is kicking off this reaction. But we just need to kick the reaction off. We don't need a huge amount. Maybe just some barrels. Got some barrels, right? Yeah, I got barrels. I also have trains. Which line are you? Novice Oil Group 2. A lot more elegant than a barrel, that's for sure. Maybe a little bit overkill. But could work. Trains? Did I just... Do I have enough room to drop a whole station? I don't think so. But I could probably drop a few tracks. If I made some room. 4 would do. Wouldn't be too difficult to do that, would it? Hey, Arcadia. How the heck are you? It'd be real dead simple to put it up here. In fact, I could put a whole... Put a whole huge station layout up here. Are those water? Yeah, those are water. What if I could do this without backfilling all the water? Get it any closer? Not really either. But what I could do... What's going, Arcadia? This is a very chill stream. There's, Factorio, it's factory building. There's not going to be a whole lot of shooty bang bang. I probably didn't bring much in the way of railroad. What? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Yee, I just woke up. Oh, very good. Now there's nothing on the belt. The belt is empty. Out of the frying pan and into another frying pan. Yeah, the big ones are basically immune to the gun. Only the explosive rockets will do anything, and it's just not producing those. There we go. It's funny. I'm sitting here, it's like not a whole lot of shooty bang bang, and then I go over to the platform and it's like pouring lead into a giant asteroid. Okay, at least we're working now? Question mark? It looks like it's starting to make ammunition again. Need to keep an eye on it, though. You're still waiting on those. Yeah, me too, brother. Me too. Ugh. Just head out with what you've got. Oh, hey, look. It built. Cool. I honestly find the railroad system a lot easier to use in Satisfactory 2. I know that's not a compliment to Factorio people, but, like, it's my honest feeling. Here, let me help y'all out for a second. There. Can you finish the rest of the construction on your own, bots? Are you smart enough? Probably not. I have an itch on my face I can't scratch. Not even the tattoo slap method works. Is this, electrolysis? Or something else? No, I had my second biopsy. The bandages are so thick. Oh, ooh. Well, I hope the biopsy turns out good. Me too. Yeah, big mood. Well, you up to temperature? 1,000 degrees Celsius. We are absolutely up to temperature. Do we have steam? We have steam. Okay. Cool. Now I just need to figure out the puzzle, how to start this reaction. Oil patch 3 loading. We're gonna pick up cargo. Temporary oil stop. Go forth. Let's see. I need the pumps. I need the pumps. Too many. Now I can bring it over here. Whenever you're ready, game. Mining productivity 117. Oh, ran out again. That's okay. Wander over here. Hi, give me more. It's almost like I have a factory for that. I'm putting a lot of work in for something that's going to ultimately be a temporary setup. It didn't stop. Go back. Trains. Yes. Stop. Oh, that's right, I got 2 cars full. That's fine. Power the pumps. Okay. We have a little bit of petroleum that we are pumping in. We need some water. I do not know where this dumbass accent came from. But I'm going to commit to the bit. How did that connect? That should not have connected. Okay. Now, the question is, can I produce enough heavy oil to start the reaction? Not with a pipe layout like that, I can't. Nut bunnies. That looks stupid, but whatever. Oh? We have reaction. I'm going to let that go for a minute, because it's going to need to consume its own product for a bit just to maintain the reaction. And I can spend this time picking up the temporary setup that now hopefully we do not need anymore. And I desperately hope we will never need again. Okay. It's now completely full on heavy, which means the input as well as the output, because we looped them together in a circle. Okay. Cool. It's the circle of heavy oil. Okay. First step, very complicated, but probably the most important. Now, step 2. We need to start turning all of this into petrogas. So, humana, 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 humana. That's let's. Heavy to light. Morning! How are you, Demon Auntie? Mornings plural, I should say. Because that was what you said, was mornings. Hope you're going and doing well. Oh, that's all I can put on this. I'm alright. Tad sunburned. Well, I hope it's in a pleasantly cooked kind of way, not unpleasant and sore. The sun is a deadly laser. The sun is a deadly laser. Yes, indeed. Actually, attempting to see if I can do one of the things you suggested last stream, which is to try using coal instead of oil, because we have so much fucking unused coal and a problem getting enough oil. I ran into some complications trying to get the reaction going, but the reaction is now going and seems fairly self-sustaining. I'm now doing the step to break down the products to what I need. Light oil crack into petrogas. Yeah, usually use of coal liquefaction for plastic. Yes, you are 100% correct. The goal here is to actually set up a foundry on Novice that is doing nothing but making LDSs. And plastic is needed for that. Need this anymore. I set up just a little bit of petroleum being brought in by a train. Just to get the reaction going. Okay, this bad boy is going to need some water. And light. Cool, cool, cool. That one is a personal preference, since it's not the best, most efficient way to do it, depending on base size. It's more, in this case, it's more about limitations and resources available, because it's like oil is being difficult. I have coal coming out of my ears. I'd rather invest the time to use up the coal, even if it isn't 100% efficient, just because it's the resource I have that's available on the ground right now. Alright. Let's hit 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eight, 9, 10. I didn't really leave myself enough room to work there, did I? Nope. Nope, I did not. What's the old saying? No matter how much room you think you've given yourself, it's not enough, you need more. You're in the wrong spot. Just gonna redo all of this. Connect the water line again. Output line. Yeah, let's not connect it to the molten iron line. That just wouldn't do anything. That's water. What am I doing? No. Okay, that was a little more than I needed, but whatever. Okay. We should have petrogas. So far, so good. not sure about where you're from, but molten iron usually isn't an oil product. Yeah, generally not. Alright, let's try some of these fancy new things. The plan says 5. Fancy newness. Oh, you do have a solid input ingredient. That's right. This is plastic.
Gay is in, gay is hot. I want some gay. Gay it's gonna be.
Gay it's gonna be. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Luna. How are you, honey? You're probably getting ready to stream. Yep. I'm in a jar. Hi, Luna. How the hell are you? Hi. I wish I was. Does estrogen count? I'm high on estrogen. Congrats on the thing working out. Thank you. I still need to, I need to go in and, like, finish reading and watching all the things. Yeah, I've not talked about it yet, because I have not talked about it yet, because I'm still waiting for it. There is a to be let in that I'm sort of waiting on, and sort of just, like, sitting here scratching my chin for a bit, waiting to, but it's like, I'm also not alone in that one. There's actually quite a large number of creators in that same situation, so I'm just gonna sort of, I'm gonna go through and watch the videos, read the things, twiddle my thumbs. Yeah, keep streaming. Keep on keeping on until that process has a chin. It was like that for me, too. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm just gonna sort of keep doing my thing in the meantime. Stack inserters would be really good for this. 1, 2... Rock. Pick up the rock. There we go. Do we have any more rock? No, no more rock. And or roll. This sounds suspiciously like rock and or roll. Okay. So, there's just one thing left to do on this build. 21 foundries! Bom, bom, bom. Ran myself into a corner here, didn't I? That's what I get for not planning this out too well. Okay. Casting LDS. Actually, you know what? Let's be smart about this. Smart Tigress is smirt. Occasionally, on weekends, when I have the brain cell. But apparently I do have the brain cell today. There we go. They are turned in the correct direction. 4, 8, 12. And the number that I said just a minute ago, I've already forgotten. 21. Okay. That's 12. 16. 20. 21. I'm apparently one foundry short. Of course. Of course, of course. Solid ingredient is going to be the plastic. That's what all this nonsense is for. Also, once again, I forgot the solid ingredient. 1, Do I need 3 connections on all of them? No! Am I going to do it anyway just because I can? Yes. There we go. Groovy smoothie. I should probably connect it to coal. Yes. Take this belt here. Actually, I don't need that calcite belt now. Should probably pick that up. Turn the corner. And... here. Take some of the stuff that's in my inventory. Please. Mark into belt. And we have plastic. Very good. Mark into belt. Do I have a reinsertion down here? I do not. Well... jalapeno. Let's make one. Put all that leftover coal back on the belt, get reused. Now, I have a solid component to put in. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Something like that. This is always one of the funky things about Factorio. The load balancing is in even numbers. Whereas Satisfactory, it's always in odd numbers. Satisfactory likes to do things in groups of 3. Factorio likes to do things in groups of 2. Boop, 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 boop. 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 Not always, you just have to be smart about it. Fair. I started gender raising my factory, and I got a single electroplant running 240 green chips a second. That's a lot. Oh, legendarizing. Legendarizing. Sorry, it took me a minute to parse that. I've just barely unlocked legendary quality. I haven't had a chance to do much with it yet, except for, like, beacons. I've got legendary beacons being produced slowly. I've been using them on the biolab so far. Speaking of which, Damon Auntie, mining productivity 118 is currently being researched. Current mining bonus. Mining productivity 1,170%. Rookie numbers. See, that's the right attitude. Alright, what did I say for the chips on these? One. These. Now, for the fun part, TM, I'm already seeing a problem with this layout. That is going to conflict with that water line, and I need to not conflict with that water line. So, fortunately, I can expand down here. Yeah, this is a Factorio stream. It's going to be very chill, except if I start screaming at this platform. Here, David Auntie. I don't know if you're still there, but so this is the Damon Auntie platform. By the way, chat, if anyone wants to volunteer to have a platform named after them, no, I'm Gun. Okay. I now have 2 platforms without names. And I've run out of moderators to name stuff after. Anyway, here was the issue. Okay, so there are no rockets being made. No explosives. And if I look at the weapons belt, there are exactly 150. Exactly. No carbonic asteroids. Yeah. Earlier, at the beginning of stream, the interior asteroid carrying side of the belt was just completely jammed full, and it had come to a complete standstill. So I actually, earlier in the stream, went and vented all of the asteroids that were on it off into space, and it has since taken up all of the carbonic asteroids from the belt and processed them, and they do not seem to be restocking for some reason. We are filtering for carbonic, yes, we are filtering for it. And metallic. You need more asteroid productivity. You always need more productivity. I mean, there's always room for more productivity. The problem is, we're in orbit around Aquilo, so do we have enough rockets to get out of here? We're about to find out. Drop save just in case. I still need to go back to Aquilo to finish our production issues, because that is still an issue, which is what started all of this mess. So far, so good. About a third of the way out of the heavier side of the belt. Halfway there. There have been a couple of times where I have just gotten the notification that Damon Onti was getting her shit wrecked because she was out of rockets, and that's when I started investigating this issue. She's fine now. Got her all fixed back up. Okay. We are now definitely on the Gleba side. There are less giant asteroids here, and it looks like we are going to survive this trip with no damage. Okay. We have now passed Gleba, and we're heading to Volcanus. No problem, then. Let's check the other platform, the cistern platform with the same design. This one seems to have no fucking issues. No problem at all. Got rockets stacked up, ready to go. I do not understand why it's having this issue. When her identical twin is just like, nah, I'm good. And they're configured exactly the same way. It's very confusing. It's like the two platforms have different rates of which they get carbonic asteroids? Which doesn't make any sense. Considering what I mostly see is what are they called again? Oxide asteroids. The unnamed second one of the same design, the sister ship. It's just like, oh, good. No problems. This issue has actually caused me to be stranded on Aquila a couple of times. That was before I built the second platform. The one that has no name right now. And now it just passed Gleba, and it's out of the danger zone. It's fine. Alright. Where are we? We need to go and grab molten iron and molten copper. Research a couple of levels of asteroid production. It should self-correct. Okay. Asteroid productivity 13. Blurp, 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 blurp. Okay. You got it. Check what's going on. Oh yeah, we should be... Wait. We're still having issues on the light blue dubers. I have a factory making those. I have said these words before this stream. It's completely empty. Factory making them is completely saturated. Is this a train issue? I think it's a train issue. Because this intersection... What the hell? What? What? I took out a signal and it just went right in with no... What? Okay. Let's do some of this. That trap's not even being used. And let's make this track signal a chain so we do not foul that point. No trains exceeding limits of signal. Do not foul point. Intersection seems to be moving better now. There's always a fair bit of this dealing with traffic patterns, optimizing my signals to correct for bottlenecks. Are you actually firing artillery rounds somewhere? Okay. I haven't done any research on artillery range in a while. But whatever. Calcite belt is probably going to get it picked up, but first things first, molten iron. Blurp. And molten copper. Actually. Better idea. Considering where the pipes are, let's put iron back a bit and copper up a bit, considering iron's coming in from the left and copper's coming in from the right. Space optimization. Space, the final frontier. These are the voyages of Factorial Pioneer. I don't know. Bloop, bloop. Bloop, bloop. You know, if I'm going to pick up this calcite belt, I should probably just do it. Just do it! Cause that'll get it out of my way. I only needed it temporarily, and wound up not using it at all, so... calcite belt can go away. And there's my inventory full of calcite. I knew that was going to happen. Luckily, I can just go blurp, blurp. Robots, engage Roomba mode. Bleh! 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 Hello, Miss Math Mimic. Well, then, they want to sing my song. Then I have cheese the black. Oh, thank you for the head tap. Hi, Mimic. How the heck are you? I hope things are going well. I hope you slept well. What time is it across the pond? I'm sleepy. Well, get some sleep. How goes the factorying? Pretty good. This has been a pretty chill stream. Today's theme is sort of just trying to iron out issues, because it's like, I recently opened up a whole bunch of new technologies on Aquilo. This has thrown a whole bunch of systems into... I need it to make more, faster, better? and just a whole bunch of running around has ensued from that. It's really sort of putting my existing infrastructure to the test. No, backwards, there. Okay. Those are connected. Clean it up, make it tidy. Yes, 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 yes. Let's go. Bloomp. Bloomp. That should help. Bloomp. Bloomp. And... bloomp. Bloomp. And the first one is running. The second one is running. She's saying she thinks her base now sucks compared to what she needs, and she's starting to understand the Factorio way. Yeah, pretty much exactly that. Yeah, that's actually a really good summary. Ad warning. There will be an ad in 2 minutes. For those who are subscribed, this will not affect you. For those who will be in the ad break, it will be a 2-minute ad. Ads support the stream. And Twitch mandates them. I can't do a whole lot about them. Though I would say you're not missing a lot right now. This is something of a slow and laborious process, but important. I've run out of inserters. That's okay. Let's have the dumb as bricks bots bring in some more. It'd probably help if I drop some bot stations. To space them out evenly. Discourage gaps. You can go away now. Go away, be closed now. Mining productivity 118 researched. Just grab this. Lorp. 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 And if I run out of angle pieces, I've literally got a whole factory right next to me doing nothing but making more. And that should about do it. Okay. Speaking of which... Oh, looks like the bots had the exact same idea. Yes, those are definitely provider chests. They can just go ahead and grab some. That is perfectly cromulent. Alright. Cool. I feel like I should shove a reinsertion belt in here. Blurp. Blurp. There, take my extra. Why do I have first level inserters in my inventory? Whatever. $21. Again with the odd numbers. Well, again, Factorio really likes even numbers. I want to put a pump in. It looks like it's struggling a bit. Okay, this pump is liquefied copper. Just for completion's sake, let's put in a pump here. This one is water. How we do? Better, not ideal. So, what if we fed it from the other end? Nope. Okay. Let's just grab some more. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, hi, bots. Welcome back. I hope you had a good nap. Let's go make a right-hand turn right about here-ish, because that should be at the end of the line. It does seem to make it happier. And just for completion's sake, let's put a pump there to make sure to equalize pressure on both sides of the line. Not that that should matter in a video game, but my engineering brain says equalize the pressure on both sides of the pipe. That seems to have made it worse, actually. Oi, what's going on over here, then? More production. It doesn't, since Factorio has finite throughput. And yet, here we are. The pumps actually limit throughput. Okay. That I didn't know. Limit the throughput. Okay. Okay. Let's take the pumps out. I have removed the pumps. Pumps have a maximum of 1,200 fluid. Unless you increase the quality, in which case it will pump more. When in doubt, add some production. We clearly have more than enough raw materials here to add some additional production. Yeah, but do you want me to say at base quality or unless you increase quality on each sentence? No, you don't need to. I get you. It is unnecessary. It is understood already. Ah, thank you, bots. Finally bringing me some more. In these cases, I would just prefer to add more production. Because it's like... This iron patch is doing just fine. Or copper. It's doing just fine. It's still got, what, 1.5 million on it? And even if it runs out, oh, look, 1, 2, 3 more over here. It's like, 13 million, 18 million, 21 million. Times 1,180%. So. That doesn't feel like a big issue. As I used to say in Satisfactory, you can always add production. No, it's not. Times 1,180%. It's with an additional 1,180%, meaning it's 12,080%. It's even more resource. Yeah. It's like, it will eventually... Okay, I phrased it badly. Gotcha. You're gonna make me walk back to town, aren't you? Yep. Bots are kinda dumb. Are you gonna bring me the thing I need now? 9, 13, 21, 25. Yeah, okay. Nowhere near enough. Now, how are there upgrades to how much the bots can carry? Cargo size maxed out at 3. What's going on? The agricultural ones. Cool. You're bringing in a load. No, you're taking away a load. What? Leave with perishables still on board. What? 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 Is there a jam up somewhere? That I can see. Silver Cat Boy's fine. He's just chugging right along. Why did you leave Novice with perishables on board without dropping them off? Almost a full 1,000 of them. Silly platform. What's Damon Auntie doing? Eject those. I think you probably got more than enough of that. And so is my ship. You're waiting on a turret, but you're on the wrong planet for that. If you want another turret for the platform, you're going to have to pick it up and leave it. So that's where those are made. Here, move on without it for now. You're stopped at Novice. What are you waiting on? Those, yeah. The thing I need the LDSs for. Because previously, they were just a one and done that I shoved in my suit, and that was it. Not anymore. Now they're an actual production product. We're actually going to build something with them. I need to take these to the train, which is over here. Okay. No longer the temporary oil stop. We are now... I think he did a little too much LDS. LDS? Star Trek joke. Wrong inserters. Let's just use the increased quality ones. Check one thing real quick. How many belts is that? Not even one. Okay. Because, of course, we're dealing with Mark 4 belts stacked 3 high. Which is 3,600 a minute times 3? Question mark? No? Do I... You gonna correct my math on that? 2,400 a second. Satisfactory as a built-in calculator. Yeah, Factorio is per second, but that ends up with just about everything being numbers that are point, you know, how many decimal places. Everything is decimal places, and it just becomes a headache. And as somebody who came from Satisfactory, that annoys me. What would be nice is if there was just a simple quality of life feature that let me switch it. In the meantime, this is the bet I made for myself. I could just drop down a train and do this. This feels like so much work. Give me more belt parts. Considering it seems like the bots are too stupid to do that themselves. Even though it's the one thing that I wanted you to do. Bring me stuff. No, you can't do that. Alright, let's go back to... I think you did a little too much LDS. Yeah, but satisfactory would be hilariously small numbers per second as compared to minutes. Yeah. So? That doesn't disqualify my statement. You're right, but is irrelevant. Alright. Switch to manual. Thank you. Get it to the other side of the causeway. Doop, doop, doop. This is something else about Factorio that annoys me. Because because Factorio is 2D sprite-based, I can't rotate the camera and see what I'm doing right now. I have to just sort of guess. And hope I did it correctly. Because I can't see what I'm doing. In Satisfactory, I would just look at it from a different angle. This is just a difference between 2D and 3D. Have you tried trying harder? What is this, like, the Factorio version of sounds like a skill issue? This is the Factorio equivalent of skill issue? I will say, though, that load balancing in Factorio is so much goddamn easier. So much easier. I've been told saying skill issue is rude. It is, but also funny. Yeah. Fuck off. I have no construction bots for some reason. Hi! Glad y'all decided to join us. Bots are dumb. Bots make me miss void storage. Alright. Cliff explosives. I came here for cliff explosives. Where are they? Thank you. I miss being able to search my inventory. I'm going to steal some belt components from this uranium. Bots do tend to be about as smart as the person who gave them instructions. Well, the instructions were, bring me parts up to this level, and oh boy, are they, not doing that. Rock. Rock and stone. So we just need to go up to that belt and then hang left. Basically be where we need to be. But one thing we can do is check and see where we are in bot coverage. Maybe drop a connector? Eh? It says that 200 are on the way. And this is probably the point where increased speed would probably help them. Out of agricultural packs still. Shrub. You're bringing a load. I actually am hoping at some point to switch Gleba over to fusion power. I need to get production lines on Aquilo fixed before that's gonna... Wait, what? Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Health, 6 out of 1,000. What? I know you can't see it. Now you can see it better. The health on this platform is in single digits. What? What the hell happened? This guy doesn't run the outer Aquilo circuit. This guy runs the inner planet circuits. Yeah, I turned on auto request and suddenly it's like, I need a repair back. And I'm like, what the hell? What the hell hit you? You run the inner circuit. Your ammunition is fine. What? 6 out of 1,000 health. The health is in single digits. What? What hit you? What actually hit you? There, some repair packs. It's repairing slowly. It got itself one repair pack and then left the planet. Fine, just continue. Oh my god. Okay, let's... This is stupid. This is stupid. Okay. Basic platform needs. And let's just put that in there as something they all have. I mean, you can always pick up more of those. No, it got 100. No, you're right, it did. And it's full health. I still don't understand what hit it, though. Why was it at single-digit health? What happened to the silver cat boy? What the actual fuck? What hit it? And why did it only affect one of them and not both? Because there are two running that circuit right now, so... I guess it's kind of covered by this one. Ship power and repair. Yeah, you're still waiting. You and me both, kid. Story of my damn life. Blam, 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 blam. Whoa, Black Betty, bam, blam. Whoa, Black Betty, bam, blam. Okay, well, let's think about it. Hey, Zombie, welcome in. Cinema. How's it going? while I'm thinking about it.
Squirrel!
Squirrel! Still producing? No. So, pipes have infinite throughput, huh? Damon Ante? Infinite throughput, huh? This is me pressing F to doubt. There are no pumps. I took the pumps out. It's not a pumps issue. Yes, but limited length. Okay, yes, but if the length was the issue, it would give me an error saying, you've gone and made this too long, you need to put pumps in. I'm not getting that error. Let me test my theory. Let's add some speedy boost to these. And increase production. Yeah, the pipes are empty, though. That's the problem. That is literally the problem. Come on. Can't deliver food they don't have. Well... I literally went in and increased production once or twice earlier, and it's like... Let me check my math real quick. Maybe this is something that could be answered in the math. The math suggests 20. I have 13. So the math suggests that I need to put in some additional production. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. More production. Oops, that's the wrong direction. Whoops. Désolé. Let's go this way. Also, how did I configure the circuits on that? So those numbers are based on one plain Jane vanilla speed module and 3 production. Okay. Come on, I've got more than enough of those in my inventory. What the hell? Oh, gap in the pipe. Alright, now how are we looking? Oh, I should check what modules I had set in the math for these. It says 2 plain Jane speed modules and 2 productivity modules. Oop. And if I've done my work correctly, that should be... $60,000 LDS. Or not 60,000. No. Moved the decimal the wrong way. Should be about 16 LDS a second. Give or take decimals. And yes, I put it in per seconds there just for you, Demon Auntie. 16 to 17 a second. All right. Let's take this to the drop-off point where they're needed. Put a station right here for this. We're gonna call this Colorful Metaphor. Western Iron Place drop-off. Fueled. Go. The aunties suggest the same. Which thing was that to? Which thing was that our response to? The math suggests more production. Yes. We've decided to take something of a circuitous route, but okay. It'll get you there. Eventually. I did put a stop condition in. Go back, please. That was operator error. Manual, please. Barely long enough. There we go. bit. Oh, oh, just barely, just barely. All right. No move. No move. Not touching. Not touching. Novice, LDS loop. 1. I don't know if I'm going to make a second one later, but it could happen. I only need a small bit here, but this train was intended to take LDS to several locations and drop them off. This was just the first one on the docket. So... it's also the one in most dire need. Longer range. There we go. Okay. Making it a provider chest was a mistake. That's okay. Already planning to take it to multiple other locations. No. Well, that was a mistake. Do not mix it with the spicy rock. The spicy rock is not the place. Here, you can have that back. Fuck it. We ball. This is what it was feeding. This is the problem child right here. Just gonna limit you to just blue circuits, and then we're gonna bring in LDSs by belt, because it's clear you are having an issue getting enough of them. And just for safety's sake, I'm gonna put in a filter just for the LDSs. Bots are like, oh, now we're gonna bring you all the stuff. I'm thinking that it's a bot speed issue, honestly. Didn't mix anything there? No. Now the pinch point's gonna be the blue circuits. Fortunately, there should be plenty of places where we can get those. That's not a huge concern. Now, next drop off. There are LES production lines here 2 more here. So that's 2 and 3. We are going to replace those with more efficiently crafted ones. I don't want to run more trains right through the middle of the old factory, so let's not do that. Could either bring a train in from this side, where there are empty tracks, or this side, where there are even more empty tracks. This is coming from down here. You can run a train through my junkyard. Oh, it is the junkyard dog. Hello. How are you doing? Grey River was very much appreciating your model earlier. How's it going, Lav? Given the direction... Let's bring them in over here. There are 6 stations with that name. Ugh. Oh my god, game. Why? Why? I'm running out of funny jokes to make around the LDS acronym. LDS drop-off. The answer to why in this game is usually user input. True. But it is also sometimes... That's just the limitations of the game engine. Is also sometimes the answer. Yeah. The game has certain default names for stations that it loves to use. You know, Octo, One Bad Terran. The Bad 300. Dragon V2. And those names ended up getting blueprinted and then reused over and over and over again as I built out stations. And so there's 3 of those, 4 of those. There are 5 One Bad Terrans, which would indicate it's not just One Bad Terran. There are 5 One Bad Terrans. And 5 The Bad 300. So wouldn't that be The Bad 1,500? Anyway, I'm very much autistically overthinking this. LDS drop-off. And that would argue not in empty inventory. That would be... Let's just do a 30-second hullabaloo. 30-second hullabaloo. Oh, good. It did unload the first car. It is doing the correct thing and going around the major factory that is all jammed up and clogged, and going around the much easier way, so props to the pathing system. It found the much better, faster route. Screen unloader. Let's not bother with the first car, because that first car is kind of already spoken. Take the other cars. You'll make commence the unloading. In fact, actually, better idea. Stack inserters. There. and high-speed wigglers. There. Look at them go. They're already unloaded. Alright. Fuel is good. I am, however, going to be smart about this. And put a refueling point right here. Rocket fuel train's loading. There we go. I should probably run a belt, but that'll work for now until I do run a belt. Extra ones I'm not using so that they're less congestion on the system. The ones with the silly names. Automatic. Go forth! Go forth, you silly goober train, and do the thing. Alright, we're going to replace manufacturing lines. Not that one. No, no. That one. And not a moment too soon, apparently. Because this is one of our pain points. With a much better facility. Okay. Maybe not quite like that. Bloop, 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 bloop. You almost made it! You almost made it, bots! You almost made it! Oh, no. I would probably code the logic to do them in the order that I place the ghost down, but bot logic is a little like, what? Okay. First line we replace is here. That one tree. Hi folks, hi Mitha. Been here a while, but saying hi now. Butt logic. But logic. But logic. But logic. We have reached the silly part of the stream. No. There we go. Come on. Come on. It's you. Every part of the stream is the silly part of the stream. This is true. Depending on sort of where my headspace is. My headspace today is actually pretty silly. Okay. So. Okay. So. Here's to Stritton. This is going to relieve so much congestion once I go in and pick up all of the supply belts that are feeding these lines. And just replace them all with, well, one incoming belt, and that's about it. Maybe I will put a novice department of forestry here and just grow trees. I should replace that with EM. Probably be a way more efficient. The EM plants would be way more efficient at that. But, yeah, this is once again me going through the old factory that we first started when we first crashed here, and slowly making it more relevant in this new era of technology, I guess? What? Fine. Here. Okay, bots, time to play Roomba. See, this is another thing Satisfactory does better. If you overload your inventory, instead of just spilling it all over the ground, it gives you a nice, neat little... Here is a box of your inventory overflow. Instead, we have to get it. We have to go and play Roomba. And we can pick this up all the way back to the splitter. Oh, to be a Roomba, life would be simple. Yes, but you would have an evil overlord, probably. Although you have that now, so I don't know if it would be that different. Shrug. Oh, and look at that. This LDS line is being fed by the other two. Well, that's going to be a lot more belts to clean up. Yup. Almost got it right. I like how with the flying suit, the engineer just sort of jumps over the train as the train goes by instead of getting hit by it. Welcome to Factorio cleanup stage. I mean, yeah, that is essentially what's going on. This is the part where it's like, okay, we now have all of these technologies that make the game just objectively better. Now it's time to go back and clean up the mess we made getting this far. In fact, I might call the next episode that, actually. The cleanup age. Where you either make a new base and nuke the old one, or spend hours cleaning it up. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're just objectively correct. That is essentially what is happening here. Factorio cleanup age. And those guys literally just feed all of the production here and all the rocket science. In fact, let's be smart about this. Let's be smart about this. That. Factorio, Roomba age. Load balancers. One short. Let's load balance these motherfuckers. And voila, load balancing is done. That would take me so much more work in Satisfactory. Even doing it from a blueprint. Less if I use mods, but... yeah. And this is just sort of a quirk of the 2D engine versus the 3D engine. The 2D engine, it is so much easier in Factorio to load balance a bunch of belts. So here's a question for you, Demon Auntie. It says on the right-hand card, belt speed 60 items per second. But it doesn't say whether or not that includes the stacking of 3. So is it effectively 60 times 3? Or is the stacking included? Or is the right-hand card not smart enough to recognize the stacking? 60 times 4. Stacking. Belt stack size bonus. Okay, so I'm interpreting from what you're telling me that it is the base 1 plus 3. For a total of 4 times 60 per minute. Yes. Okay. My understanding increases. Just as the Factorio novice theme kicks in. I think that's the night theme. Work on picking up this belt while we go into an ad break. Again, yeah, not missing a whole lot. This is a very chill stream. This is very, like... we just build in factory. Less shooty bang bang. Very chill. Me want plant corn dog delay? You will go to bed a more knowledgeable person. When I go to bed tonight, yeah. My head is filled with useless knowledge, like tidbits about maximizing productivity in Factorio. What the hell is this build? That is the other plastic belt that I needed that plastic for that I just picked up. Good job, me. No, actually, good job, me. Because it was teeing off here, and I don't want it to do that. I want it to come off the load balancer. So yes, good job. Because that's the job of the load balancer. So... let's actually pick it up and put it back in a better place. Good job, me. Yeah. The first time was said with Sark. Ugh. No, 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 no. That was an oops. That was an oops. Again, I need to be able to see behind the train. Go on, train. Thank you. Now I can see behind you. Can't just rotate the camera. Get good? Once again, Demon Auntie over here like, skill issue. Ooh, damn, super close. I'm only off by 1. God damn, I'm getting good at this. That'll bring all of that back online. And I've now routed the belt in a much better way, so that the throughput will be a bit more consistent, because it's coming out of the load balancer. And it's no longer being teed off for the LDS line, which was underproducing as it was. But this bugs me. No. No, 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 no. No, we're not doing this. We're not doing this anymore. We go away now. Go. Leave. You're full on copper plates. Yeah, no shit. No shit, Sherlock. Okay, I don't need the wood. Don't need that wood. I don't need the stone. Why do we have copper ore? There's a sulfuric acid line that runs right by here. We're going to keep that intact. Okay. I'm just gonna go blork. Ooh, 1 off. My inventory is full of LDSs. In fact, if it's the case that there was literally just all of those LDSs were just feeding the rocket line, and there's nothing else that is using them, I might be able to. Anyway, I was going to meet you over. This is the ADHD. Oh, oh, perfect, perfect. Oh, chef's kiss. Fits like a dream. And change the recipe. did move over 1 notch, so there we go. And you can just hear them all just start up all at once. Let's move this output splitter, though, by 1 notch. So we can do this. Oh. We need some additional electrical power. Yeah. That should make that production a whole lot more efficient. Right. That's what that, bot station was there for. Okay. Here, take all of this. Hello? Mr. Obama? Yes, I did tell you to not foul that interchange. Okay, he was just doing as programmed. Probably confuse things less if I took this out. It doesn't really serve a purpose anymore. Because they used to be intermixed lines, but now they're very different. I just need one... one so trains can merge in from the left, or one so the trains can merge in from the right. And then that's it. We have a left and a left. That right cutover was the one I needed. Okay, interesting, interesting. Okay, so I need to... I do not need 2 left cutovers. But I do need a right cutover. Perfect. Don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like it. Don't like it. Okay. Let's bring it back to the switch, or to the signal. And we're gonna go boom, like that. And this one, go boop like that. That's way nicer. I like that a lot better. Okay, now. Looks much neater. Signals. Actually, get my train bar, and we're going to put chain in so that we don't foul the interchange. And we're going to do that again. Do not foul the interchange. Do not foul the interchange, please. Thank you. And they're stacking up. Very good. Okay. suppose there's a left cut over here. But we do still need the right cut over. So this left cut over is actually redundant. And might be contributing to our traffic issues. So if it's coming in from the station track, it can get over there. If it's coming in from the bridge, it can come in from here. Okay, cool. Train logic. We can has it. Alright. Back to LDS belts. Yay! Mighty ADHD! It's a thing. Is the other side of the LDS supply belt? Oh, right there. Right there! Junkyard! We shall not forget to drop off the extra steel now, shall we? Bloop. There we go. Do you have room in the iron plates? No. Oh, goodness, no. What's going on? Okay. Yeah, I think I need to bring in a direct train connection there. Might reduce some of the bot traffic in the area. Oh, while I'm thinking about it... Put... Lawrence Walk. Delivery. I completely misspelled it. Oh my god. My ability to spell has started to go. No trains. Unloader. Yeah, what's up? You just hit the 5-hour mark. Oh. That might explain why I'm having issues being able to type and spell coherently. It may. No, actually, well, okay, for a few more hours, then it's June. But I'm Tish. Happy Pride, bitches! Not for a few more hours, but yes. Let me give you my predictions for this year. There's going to be many fewer companies that are going to rainbow their logo. There's going to be almost none. And expect me to be very loud on Blue Sky about, hey, look at all the companies that didn't rainbow out their logo. Don't actually support LGBT rights, and we're just being performative. But we already knew this. I'm going to be an absolute bitch about it. Oh, fully expect that. And speaking of which, I believe the Luna of the list, who dropped in earlier to say hi, and to put me in a jar, is currently online. And for those not following your socials, how could one find them? Linktree/MithaVT. Thanks. There we go. I don't know why it posted it 5 times. Anyway. I'm just like, why did it post it 5 times? It posted it twice on Twitch and... Oh, twice on Twitch and twice in YouTube. It should only be once on each. I'll have to look into that. Anyway, I think I'm gonna go take a break. And for the anti-socials amongst us, how do we find your anti-socials? Well, the point of anti-socials is you don't. Because it's the anti-socials. You don't find them. They get to be in a corner, quietly, with a donut and a small cat. Good point. Asteroid productivity. I'll work on that during the week and see if I can figure out what's going on there. I think it's the agricultural science packs that are slowing it down. They are a pinch point, a bottleneck that I'll have to work on, I suppose. In the meantime, yeah, when I get a chance, Sam, I should probably get a food first. But one thing at a time. We will definitely talk about it later tonight when we play FF14. In the meantime... let us do the thing! And let's do a raid message. Clean up Clue Raid. We're here to clean up this place. How can you find anything like this? Because that feels like the theme here. Just gonna drop a save. And in the meantime, everybody who stuck it out till the end, I love you. I appreciate you. And general plan for the next week. There is probably going to be a DRG Wednesday. Paragons is still on Thursday. We're probably going to keep playing Peak or something on Friday with TransXP TTRPG, and I'm going to keep doing Factorio on Sundays, but there's probably going to be a couple of Sundays off in June, and like the last week of June, I'm just probably not going to be streaming very much because I'm going to be out marching and being incredibly gay. So that's the radio.
Solar Snipper.